Hi Jay, how you doing, man? Sorry, your stupid mic turns off every time the computer restarts. Sounds good. I was craving pizza yesterday. Don't particularly like the way pizza and beer go together, but beer is definitely nice on its own. Took me like 2 hours to decide what games I was gonna play. And now I'm second guessing all the decisions. By playing these games, means I can't play a long game like Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy VI. Or like Zelda 100%. Or like Ocarina of Time, that is. And those still sound like they could be fun. Hey, Max. Bruce. Bruce is doing alright. He's a little tyrant. He's the biggest and the strongest of the cats, so he tends to bully the other ones around just because he can. Taking a lot of damage here. Yeah, still questioning what games I want to play. And this should be fine. It's just sooner or later I'm probably gonna have something bad happen and just want to stop playing. That's what usually happens. Whereas a game like Chrono Trigger, like pretty much nothing's gonna go wrong for most of it. So it's easier to finish, but also a little less mentally stimulating at times. Okay, Hobox. This is what I'm doing for now, but I'm still weighing my options as to what I want to play, if anything. This chat service I have at the bottom is useless. I'm gonna just turn it off. Like, it's not even showing like the YouTube chatter right now. So, appreciate it, Jay. Yeah, that new chat UI is just completely useless. God damn it, why? Why didn't that fucking work? I mean, it doesn't, what it does is it doesn't show certain users for both Twitch and YouTube. So it's like, it's completely useless. The only reason I have it is so that people on Twitch know that I'm addressing someone on YouTube and not just talking to myself, and vice versa. Dude, what the fuck? Go into the pause menu. I pressed start like 3 times and it didn't register. And that guy almost got away because the start didn't work. Hijack his shirt. Thank you very much. This is the list of games I came up with after 2 hours of deliberation. And like, not really wanting to play most of the games. I should say, like, I only want to play parts of all these games. Like, every single game in this list has shit that I don't like. But I guess I gotta pay attention to the parts that I do like. I mean, I kind of missed me streaming more too because I was more entertained on a consistent basis. But like my desire to my enjoyment from playing the games themselves has just gone way down over the past year. For 2 reasons. One reason is I quit smoking weed and stopped taking some antidepressants, which I think changed how like I perceive rewards in games. And then the other thing is because I started taking more time off, I started getting worse at the games. And it's very aggravating to be playing games that you know that you used to be better at. Oh, nice, check it. So you stopped like 2.5 months before I did, I guess. For me, I would say there haven't been any real positive effects of stopping other than the health impact. I think the lungs. But I also don't miss it. So yeah. I gotta go in this bush because I'm 2 rupees short. I may seriously regret having this second quest part coming up here. I'm just like worried about it. Like, I'm just not looking forward to it. I'm just like, I feel like only bad things can happen from it. How's a possible situation? Part of me wanted to play Majora's Mask again, but like I should have learned my lesson already, because last week I was hating it at the end. And then the other game that I still kind of want to play is Chrono Trigger. But I just watched the whole run of that game, and I feel like playing it again, like it'll feel like I'm playing it for a second time, back to back. Even though I didn't play it, I just watched it. I think just repeating everything is just gonna be annoying. That's a good bomb. Chrono Trigger. And it's cool, but most of the fights in that game are just like use the same move over and over again. Just not super fun. Fortunately, I got to level 46, and all of a sudden the main story quest wants me to be level 49 to continue. And I don't want to play anymore because of that. I mean, I don't want to. What's my why should I want to be 49 anyway? Like, what's so good about being further along in the game? Like, I don't get any satisfaction from making progress in that game. It's just, like, pointless to me. The only reason I play it is because I like exploring the environments. But eventually you get kind of jaded to that, like the graphics are no longer as immersive anymore, especially when you're like looking at the UI all the time to do the combat instead of watching the environment. Let's just put it this way, I was having more fun just watching videos than playing the game, so that's not a good sign for the game. When you'd rather watch some like political pundit talk about politics than play a video game, that's a pretty bad video game that you got. That bomb might have been crucial. Yeah, I think I needed that bomb. Wait, no I didn't. I forgot about level 7. I thought this was the last dungeon. Ever speedrun an RPG? How do you like it so far? Personally, I thought I would never speedrun an RPG because to me, RPGs aren't meant to be played fast. They're meant to be played as completionist as possible. But I began to speedrun RPGs some because I was just interested in the strategies. Basically, in learning to speedrun the game, you learn like what all the best moves are in what situations. But that also kind of ruins it, because then there's no longer any point in using any other moves. Yeah, as I was going through games I could potentially play today, there's so many games that like I just can't make myself play anymore because some of the tricks and strats involved are things you had to practice to be able to do a lot. And now that I no longer have that skill, I'm not willing to relearn anything. Glitchless what game? That's bullshit. A lot of the things weren't glitches that I was thinking of. Like, it's like certain boss fights that just like casually would be like a pain in the ass, and I just don't want to do it. Like Mega Man X1, like final boss there, like I could die to that guy, and that would just ruin it for me. Like, Bomberman Hero used to be a game I could run, but I can't beat that tiger boss. Fucking asshole. That was terrible RNG. Like, that guy moves out of your way 9 out of 10 times. And this is like the one run where, like, I'm in a situation that, like, I can't afford to get hit by that guy. He fucking hits me twice. That helps. Hey, Rashad. Worst possible RNG. I had a faster run with a death in it, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, so. Yeah, well, it was it was, actually, I know when it was. It was Thanksgiving Day. It's the last time I ran this. So, not that long ago. And yeah, I died, and it was like I think it was faster than that. Yeah, that day I had like the whole Zelda 1 through 5 thing planned out. Never got further than fucking, never got beyond A Link to the Past. I don't remember you showing up at all. Shit. God damn it! And I end up, yeah, I killed it, but I don't get a reward for it because it wasn't dead long enough for the reward to spawn. So, yeah, first death of second quest. Don't keep count because that'll just make me upset. Because we're gonna die a lot more than that. Fucking hate second quest. Well, I don't know why I put that on this list. I'll go for it one more time. If this doesn't kill it in one hit, I'm leaving. God damn it. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Now I gotta kill everything in this room. You normally wouldn't have to do, but since the four-headed jackass dodged my bombs, I have to get a key somewhere. So this is where I do it. Yeah, I needed a key. Fastest key to get if he goes into the bomb. Got a lot of money there. This room is hell. Get it. Well, we did that room. That might have been correct, actually. Nice, Jay. Somebody was saying Tears of the Kingdom is a lot better than Breath of the Wild, apparently. I don't know if that's a common thought, but it makes me a little more interested in trying it. Really? Really? God damn, I got 2 bombs? That's really bad. Also, no health. Okay, that helps. That helps too. Don't really need you, but... Anyway. want to try to get some more bombs before I go into the next dungeon. Okay. I'm kind of annoyed that last hit I took was pretty avoidable. God damn it. Hey dude, thanks for good luck. Move. I shouldn't have gone for that. I knew it wasn't gonna work. Alright, I'm starting to get pissed off. Like, this is when it stops becoming fun. When I'm just trying to go get some fucking health. And I can't do a simple basic trick that I've already done fucking 10 times in this run. Jesus Christ. Not avoidable at all. Oh shit. I think I'm screwed here. Oh no, maybe not. I should be alright. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I don't really like Super Mario Brothers. I think the movement's really bad in that game. I speedran Super Mario Brothers 3 for a while though. That game's got solid controls. No, I never played Sunshine. Mario 64 is the newest Mario game I played. I just wanted some fucking bombs, dude. Come on. No, I went too far. I don't want a challenging Mario game. Alright, this dungeon is really, really hard. Yeah, see? Halfway dead. Halfway fucking dead already. Most of the way dead. Kill these guys in case they drop a fairy. Yes. The fact that that guy hit me, this Gleok, which I could have easily have dodged if I had paid a little more attention, might be what causes me to die here. And I'm not happy. Don't think that bubbles really matter here. Alright, good. I thought Wind Waker casually was one of the worst games I've ever played. Oh, it's a horrible game. Terrible game. I did not like sailing, and I especially hated fucking digging stuff out of the ocean, you know, with the grappling hook. I hated that so much, and I hate that you need like 3,000 rupees to beat the game. I didn't really like the non-ocean stuff either, because I really didn't like any of the characters, and I thought the movement controls were terrible. I still think they're terrible. Oh shit, there were some bombs there. Yeah, Wind Waker casually, one of the worst games I've ever played, for sure. Did I miss an instruction? I feel like the instructions are missing a step here. Twilight Princess, I mean, I thought that was one of the best Zelda games I ever played. I played it with my then wife for the first time. On the Wii version, and that was a super memorable experience. It was like our honeymoon. And, yeah. So that's why I liked it more so than the game being good. I had a happy time playing it. Yeah, that did something. That was like a wrong warp. Took me to a different spot on the overworld. Cool. Couldn't have done anything about that. Couldn't have done anything about that. Or that. Or that. Okay, yeah, just kill me. Just give me bad RNG and kill me. Cool. Twilight Princess is outstanding. It's basically the best 3D Zelda after Ocarina of Time. Largely because it did try to follow in Ocarina of Time's footsteps in a lot of ways. I say it has a disappointing climax because Ganon is just not cool in that game. His laugh was shitty, his face looked like shit. And the fact that you go like down in forms instead of up in forms. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I almost played Twilight Princess today. That was one of the things on my list of potential games. Main reason I don't play it is because it's just a little too long. I get tired of it because of how long it takes to beat it. Same reason I don't play Wind Waker very often. I mean, Twilight Princess I just thought had the correct formula for Zelda game. It's like mostly linear, lots of dungeons, which is one of the biggest weaknesses of Majora's Mask and Wind Waker. There's like much less dungeons. Good items. Yeah, there isn't a single good boss in Twilight Princess. All the bosses are really bad, so I'll give you that. The dragon's my least favorite one. But that's from a speedrunner's perspective. It's the longest boss fight. Oh. But yeah, compared to, I think Twilight Princess is way better than Wind Waker, for sure. It's a more serious game. Like, it's easier to feel like the world's in danger, whereas Wind Waker just feels like a child's pleasure cruise. I don't know. Final boss of Wind Waker is not bad. As in, humanoid Ganon. Like, I don't like the monster Ganon, puppet Ganon or whatever, but I strongly dislike the first boss where you pull on the dragon's tail. I think that's just a really stupid concept. Second boss is kind of silly. It's just a plant. Like, how hard is it to be intimidated by a plant? Earth Dungeons boss, oh, so bad with the mirror. Yeah, that one's so bad. And then, yeah, I guess I don't think any of the bosses in Wind Waker are good, personally. I think the bosses in Twilight Princess are better. Good job. And punished for bad movement, as deserved. God damn it! Can I just fucking get the clock without getting hit twice? I saw that clock and I was like, ooh, give me that. Oh, let's lose 4 hearts trying to grab it. It's completely wasted the clock. Like, I was better off not going for the fucking clock because of that shit. Yeah, that's one of my least favorite things about Wind Waker. It's how open it is. I hate that. I don't like open games for the most part. Unless it's an MMO, then I want it to be as open as possible. An adventure game should tell you where to go, I think. For the most part. Like, Ocarina of Time, for example, like, that's kind of open. But it's mostly linear. Like, most places you try to go to are locked until you have the right item or whatever. I like open world if I find the environment stimulating, basically. But I think the ocean is one of the least stimulating things I can imagine. Yeah, not good. Don't fucking... Alright, good. God, these fucking bubbles are so obnoxious. Oh, also one of the worst things about Wind Waker is controlling, playing that song to control teammates and stuff. Like, it just takes way too long to play that song. And you have to play it like 30 times if you don't know exactly where you're going. God, these fucking bubbles are so annoying. Why do I want... All games are annoying. I just... Fucking video games. Why you gotta put shit in my way? Just let me go to the end. I don't want to play. Maybe ZFG was like paid to like hit. I feel like, yeah, I don't trust his opinion on video games because of like how sponsored he is and shit. Don't think it matters if these guys hit me. It's always nice to not hit them. Oh, he's not with that company anymore? Didn't know that. What is the missing item here? I can't remember what's supposed to go there. What am I missing? Oh, the letter. Alright, yeah, we'll get that. I think everything about the 90s, for the most part, was better than modern times. Pretty much everything. Except, yeah, I think on-demand video is one of the best things that came out of it. Like, the fact that I can just go look up anything I want to watch and watch it, that's great. You used to have to always wait like a whole week to get a new episode of something. Come on. How could you possibly think on-demand video sucks? No. No, I do not miss the days of waiting for new Dragon Ball Z episodes to come out for like a year. Like, it took them so long to come out with new episodes of that shit that like I would get too old to enjoy the series anymore. No, man. No way. I totally disagree. Back then you had to watch like 10 minutes of advertisement per half hour. Fuck that. I mean, ads are just as bad now, except just like there are ways to skip them. But like they try to make you watch just as many fucking ads as there were back then. Ads were not better. You had to watch like 50% girl ads. Like Cartoon Network, you'd have to watch like Barbie shit. Here, it doesn't matter what kind of ads they make because I haven't watched an advertisement in years. Not a single one. So I don't care what the advertisements are like. Alright, this dungeon's serious business. Good. Outstanding, dude. I've never gotten here with full health before. That's crazy. I mean, I know. No, Roblox. Just no. There's no way you could possibly convince me that waiting for a show for a week made it better. I don't care about cliffhangers, man. Why would I care about cliffhangers? There's a lot that goes into the attention span problems. And that's also personal preference and not necessarily a bad thing. If people want to watch TikTok videos, I don't give a shit. You can still do that. You just read Dresden and we talked about that a lot, I think. Just have to agree to watch the same thing. Well, that was not too bad. I thought I was gonna struggle through second quest more than that. It's like 2 deaths, I think. It's not too bad. Alright. Get up, kitty. Get up, buddy. Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's what Ganon turns into when you kill him. Wait, 4 deaths? I died 4 times? I don't remember. 2, but I believe it. Did I do something wrong here? No, don't give me a Majora. Okay, there we go.
Hey, Mario!
Mario.
Hello!
Yeah, I haven't played this game in a while. A lot of stars I don't know how to do. I know you're supposed to start on reset, but I really don't care, so I'm just gonna start.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Has some 64 more than Zelda? Hell no. Curious what the rest of chat says, but. Yeah, can't do anything about that. I don't think. Unless it's de-interlacing thing. Yeah. All Zeldas are better than all Marios. Like, Marios are the games that came out at the, when this console came out. And they're basically the games that you wait for Zelda to play. If there were a loose cable, I'd be seeing it on my screen too. Wait, that's not true. It depends on which cable. Dude, I can't believe I got that. I can't believe I got that and Lakitu skip. How crazy is that? Actually, yeah, I'm seeing some distortion on my end too. Probably not going to be able to do this. Yeah, so far the two tricks I've done, I normally fail those when I'm like practiced. So the fact that I'm doing them rusty, like I fail that a lot when I'm practiced as well. So yeah, I'm somehow playing better than I used to. Oh yeah, okay. I don't remember the movement here. No, I never watched Siglemic. Yeah, I mean, I had no interest in this game when I started speedrunning. I was a Donkey Kong speedrunner only. I didn't care about any other speedruns. Well, actually, I liked Link to the Past back then too. But yeah, besides those two games, I didn't give a shit what anybody else was running, really. I mean, my attitude back then was like, I don't know. It's ironic because the same thing could be said for Donkey Kong, but like I looked at this as just like a children's game, basically. Like this game's for kids. But in reality, all the games I've ever speedran are for kids, except Ninja Gaiden Black. What am I supposed to do? I fucking didn't get the blue coin. So what the fuck am I supposed to do now? I don't know any backups. Actually, yeah, I do. I should be fine. Oh, I already got it. I don't even remember getting that 2 seconds ago. Don't you go to the edge. Good. Max is good. His heart's in much better shape than I thought it was. So that's not probably what's gonna kill him anytime soon. So that's good. But he does have an upper respiratory infection that gets really bad this time of year generally. So yeah, I feel real bad. Like I catch him struggling to breathe sometimes. And yeah, just knowing what that feels like is terrible. But yeah, I would place his potential lifespan higher now than I would have put it like a month ago before I got his heart scanned. Yeah, they're good. Bruce is still kind of a bully. Botan only ever hid when people are there, I thought. I don't remember her ever hiding when there's nobody around. No, I don't see any real problem with them crawling back there. They seem to know what they're doing. Also, that's like by far Botan's favorite place, so like I don't want to take that away from her. That's where she's secure. Oops. And there aren't really any sharp metal pieces. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. How do I do this these days? I'm not doing the hard strat there. Too risky. Oh wait, right, I don't actually need to go up to the... whatever. Wow, yeah, you can really see there's something wrong there. Graphics. This is probably gonna bonk and cause problems. Alright. I forgot, you don't have to spin them that many times for this one. I forgot he stuns you when he lands. If it's not detrimental, why do I have you as my only viewer? Oh right, because I'm on screen. There's no way that's gonna make it. Oh, okay. Yeah, my view count said 2, and I'm one of them, so I thought Hobbox was the only one here. Hey, Dexter Link. How you doing? You change how view count works? Oh, what am I doing? I'm not supposed to go in here. Yeah, Twitch is such a dishonest company. Oh, I'm dead. No? Yes. Okay. Yeah, that star's so hard to get if you don't know that trick. I use a cannon, if I'm not mistaken. Dude, why are you going so fucking fast? Dude, why? Also terrible. It's gonna be hard as shit to get this star now. Why was he going so fucking fast? You never see him, like, pass me there in a speedrun. I heard something about that. I forget what I heard about it. Oh my god. So you gonna come to me? Yeah, I like that level too. It's probably my favorite as well. We only get 2 stars here, it's 7 star. Dude, where's this thing? Ugh. Here we go. Get. Hi, we'll get it eventually. Nice. Yeah, I think all this distortion you're seeing in the graphics is the game cartridge itself. Because when I turned it on at first, it didn't turn on, which suggests there's something wrong with the cart. So I wiggled it around again a little bit, and wiggling made it start. But I guess maybe there's still some pins loose or something. Dude. Oh yeah, the lava fall thing. I did that a couple times. It's not incredibly precise, but it's hard to get consistent. God damn it. You know what? Fuck this. I'll do the star next time. Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired of this run. Still hasn't? Wow. I forgot about that guy. That's how long he's had it. I forgot he existed. You want to hear a cool story? This week I watched all of the Lord of the Rings behind the scenes, but I did not watch Lord of the Rings. Don't feel like watching the movie, just wanted to learn about making the movie. Of course I've seen Lord of the Rings. Pretty much the best movies ever made, I think. What does BTS stand for? Oh, behind the scenes. Alright. Yeah, it's really cool. I like seeing characters that are like really stern and like angry all the time in the movie, like turn out to be like nice people who smile all the time in real life. Like Boromir and Denethor. Seven Seal? No, I haven't heard of that. Yeah, it really is amazing that Peter Jackson was able to get as much support for it as he got, and to be able to pull off a masterpiece with like really not that much experience. Yeah, I just thought it was funny that like I didn't actually want to watch the movies. I just wanted to watch behind the scenes. Movies themselves, I've seen too many times to enjoy them. The only way I would really get any enjoyment out of watching the movies again is if I was watching them with someone who's never seen them before. Yeah, Christopher Lee is a legend. Do you know that he has like multiple heavy metal albums to his name? Shit that like he wrote and produced. That makes him like the coolest old actor ever, in my opinion. And he's like the most genuine like Tolkien fan as well. Like he knows how to fucking speak the language of Mordor. Like he didn't need anyone to tell him how to pronounce that shit. Like he already knew. Yeah, I saw all that stuff. It's pretty crazy what goes into it. I like that it's like a multitude of techniques for different scenes, like not just one technique. Where am I going? Yeah, I've seen Conan. I was not overly impressed with that movie, to be honest. It was like before Arnold knew anything about acting, so like I don't think his performance is very good, other than the fact that he was like at his most muscular when he did it. Like he was still a bodybuilder at that point, whereas a lot of Arnold's movies are kind of post bodybuilding career, and he was not nearly as big. But what yeah. Also thought that I thought the bad guy could have been done better. Like, he had the perfect actor for it. I forget his name, but you know, Darth Vader voice. And like when he like turns into a snake, it looks so fake. And it like sort of took me out of the suspension of belief. Oh my god. How am I gonna do this? Yeah, I also don't think Conan is a good main character. Like, he's too bloodthirsty to be like relatable, I think. But they do a good job of explaining why he is that way. I guess his whole village was killed when he was a kid. Alright, let's get the hard one out of the way. Stupid coin. Why is the camera so close to me? Ugh. I like this world a lot as a kid, but I was more a fan of like swimming areas than I am now. When I was young, I always wanted to like be able to breathe underwater, so I could like explore shit in 3D. Yeah, it took me a long time to get access to the back side of the stage. No, dude, that's really bad. That's really bad, dude. That's really, really bad. Now I gotta just abandon that fucking entire star. That's a complete waste of time. No, there for sure are not enough coins. You're only allowed to miss one coin in this area, where you won't have enough. Pretty sure. And I missed 2. Okay. I mean, if you go to the other area, there's like 50 more coins. So yeah, it seems like there's like way more coins than you need here. But in this first area, yeah, there's 101. I know, because I have definitely made that mistake before and like looked everywhere for another one and couldn't find one. So yeah, don't fucking do that again, please. Thank you. Yeah, well, if you time your double jump like on landing properly, you'll almost always collect all 10. But it's a little hard to time the double jump when there's a cutscene like in between the two jumps. No, I think that box has an extra life. Whatever. Um... This was pretty much my least favorite level growing up as a kid. I didn't really know how to access any of the areas. Okay, I guess we're doing this star first. How do I do this? I forget how this works. Yeah, not a fan of this level in the speedrun either. Good. Dude, why did that happen? Yeah, I fail this part occasionally. Um, Alright, that was good. Why can't I do this part? It's not too late to switch to Chrono Trigger. It will be soon. I kind of do want to play Donkey Kong Country. And there are parts of Final Fantasy IV I want to play. But about half of Final Fantasy IV and all of Link to the Past I don't really like. I'm not that excited for. Okay, that was really sloppy. This part's hard. Alright, cool. Okay. Okay, don't really want that thing to be spinning, but okay. I forget how you're supposed to move there. Like, do you long jump into that? Like, if you long jump, the wind might. I don't know. Vanilla? Well, I don't know. I don't really like any cakes except for, like raspberry. There's one raspberry cake I had at a wedding that was really good, but other than that, I've never really enjoyed any cakes. Yeah, and don't get me started about pie. Pie is like the worst dessert ever made. Just the bready part, I think chocolate cake is probably the best. I get hung up on the icing. I don't like chocolate icing very much. But the bready chocolate part is good. I think vanilla icing is even worse. I guess I just don't like any kind of icing, really. Camera. What? And speaking of unhealthy foods in general, things have been solid since I started that medicine again. I haven't had like one cheat meal, except I had a couple drinks when a friend came over, just to be polite, basically. So yeah, I've lost like 2 pounds this week, 2 pounds last week. It's been good. I'm approaching halfway through the diet, slowly but surely. It's okay, right in. How am I doing? Okay, considering that I've gotten this far in the run and haven't quit. God damn it. I knew that movement wouldn't work for this guy. He's a little faster than the last guy. This is kind of a good place to catch him too. It's close to the door. You're not sure if you're gonna run or sleep? Do you mean speedrunning or exercise running? Yeah, it's like the middle of the night for you. When pretty crazy to go for a run in the middle of the night, like basically winter time. I can never remember if winter starts in December or January. I guess it starts December, so we're almost in winter now, I guess. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for Christmas to be in the fall. It's just like, it feels like it only became fall like a month ago. Like, only in the last month did the trees change colors and the temperature go down. The first like month and a half of fall was basically just summer still. Right. That was good. Yeah, I just can't get the right angle at the start there. Alright, this time I'm not even gonna go for the hard jump at the beginning of this because it's like more than a 50% chance I die if I go for it. Just gonna do it the slow, casual way. It's really not that much slower. This is the hardest star that I go for. Is a lot of it like beginners don't do this star at all. What? I did not expect that. No, I'm gonna go through 12 months, pretty much 6 to 8 hours a day until it's done. So it's like 2 days. It's making good progress on the next one. It's over a quarter of the way done. Other series is Cinder Spires. There's only 2 books so far, I believe. Yeah, there's only 2. Oh my god, just... No, he's working, he went straight into Mirror Mirror. His other series is, so the world is like uninhabitable on the surface, We don't know why yet. But all the various nations each have their own spire where they all live. It's just like a huge fucking spire. It's like big enough to have like an entire like country living on it. And cannot remember how you're supposed to move there. Anyway, yeah, there's two of the spires are at war. One of them is just arbitrarily the good spire. I don't know why I'm supposed to root for them and care, and why I'm not supposed to feel bad when they kill people from the other spire, but they're at war, so yay, good guys. There's and then the combat is mostly done via airships. There's airships that they're kind of cool. They use crystals to be powered, and there's like this whole crystal system that's kind of well thought out. I mean, his plan was to do like alternate books for a while, but I think he's wanted to do Mirror Mirror for a very long time, but I think he didn't want to do 12 months. It's kind of my impression, but he felt like he had to do 12 months to set up Mirror Mirror. But Mirror Mirror is the one that like he's actually excited to do, so that's why he went straight into it. Yeah, he said it would. It makes sense. Like, there's so much emotional fallout from that it would be unrealistic for Harry to jump into like an adventure where he kind of has his usual attitude again. Like, he needs to recover emotionally, which, you know, to me sounds like kind of a boring book. Like, I don't expect much from 12 months. And I did hear him say, well, I won't say it. There's kind of he gave a minor spoiler in an interview I saw yesterday. But let's just say that the spoiler was bad news about 12 months, in my opinion. So, basically, something is not going to happen in that book that I was hoping would happen in that book. Instead, he says it's going to happen in the first chapter of Mirror Mirror. Good boy, Max. Aww, good boy. Yeah, Center Spires, it's third person, so there's a lot more characters that you get the perspective of. Some of these, like, perspective characters are good, others are bad. So, like, it's not consistent for me. Like, the best character is Grim, which is the captain of the good guys, like, airship. But he's kind of like, he's basically Han Solo. He's not really part of the military, but he helps the good guys out with his airship. Oh god. But then, like, one of the other main characters is this chick who's like, I don't know, it's just a young woman who's kind of a bitch. Like, I don't like her very much. That part's kind of hard and a little RNG. Yeah, next I would definitely check out the Alex Virus series. Set in London, so you got a British narrator, which I like a lot. Main character is a diviner, so they're a type of mage. They can see into the future, but just a little bit. So it's like it's not unfair. It's very well balanced, so it doesn't feel too overpowered. Like when people or when other people were involved, like he can't predict everybody's choices. Therefore, the future isn't as clear. The more like people's choices are involved, the future becomes less certain. But something like, let's say, throwing a dart at somebody, like he's able to hit a target with a dart every single time because his ability to see the future allows him to. Oh no. Oh man, I thought that was death for sure. Like he's able to be perfectly accurate with like guns and shit because he can see like the way he's aiming, like how that's gonna work out. So like he always is able to like see what path he has to take to get like the perfect throw. It's a society where it's again like most urban fantasies where you got like your muggles. Most people are muggles. They're not called muggles in the book, but you know what I mean. They don't have any magic gift, and like some people are just genetically able to use magic. And there's all kinds of different types of magic. And there's a white council in this one as well. Except the white council is like you find out very early on that they're like not necessarily good guys. And then there are dark mages as well, people whose whole philosophy on life is that like basically the strong get what they want and that's the way nature should be, kind of thing. So that like they're okay with preying on weaker people in general. But like again, like you got like some dark mages who actually turn out to be pretty good guys. It's like it really challenges your preconceived notions of who's good and who's bad. But what I think makes it a good story is the main character is really cool. His power is pretty much the best magic type you could have. He's got a good personality too. Although he makes some decisions like definitely morally questionable, like he had no problems with like killing people if he has to. Which, you know, Harry would obviously do everything in his power to not kill somebody, even if they're a bad guy. Which, you know, I prefer Harry type characters. I prefer like characters that really seem morally good. But in the case of Alex Virus, like they do it just slightly enough to where you can still like get down with him and like root for him. But he's definitely like a darker character than Harry Dresden. Fucking hate that wall, dude. I can't tell you how many times I've died to that. I've died to that so many fucking times. Ah, it's not gonna work, is it? It's too late. Good shit. This is why I pick up a lot of lives in Lethal Lava Land. Perfect. Now I'm playing all slow and scared. It's a dangerous stage, but this is my favorite stage now. I didn't like it as a kid because it took forever to climb the damn thing, but now you can get up there pretty fast. So. The shortcuts are really good. But yeah, and then the other really good urban fantasy is same author did Alex Beerus. He's got a new series that's only 3 books in. Third book came out like last month, but it's really good. Magic in that series is basically through magic artifacts only. Nobody can like cast spells with their hands and shit. Like you need magic artifacts that are created from like ethereal currents that only certain people have access to. And what it means is that only the richest people can afford these artifacts. And only the richest people have taken control over the ethers that create the artifacts. So, like, basically the rich rule the world because of how fucking powerful they are with their magic. Which is cooler than it sounds. When I first heard of this, like, concept, I was like, oh, great, you got economy mixed in with magic. Cool, whatever. But then when I read it, it was really good because this guy does great character work, and that's what sells it for me. Is like you immediately want to root for the good guy, and you fucking absolutely hate the bad guy in the first book. That made it very compelling. I think characters trump everything in books. Like, you need good characters. And all the characters pretty much in Alex Averus and this it's called Inheritance of Magic book series are great characters. Not as good as Dresden Files though. I don't think any series does characters as well as Dresden Files. And yeah, it's a lot like Materia from Final Fantasy VI. Good boy, Max. Look who's got 70 stars. But yeah, beyond that, I've also read probably somewhere between 5 and 10 other urban fantasy series, and I think all of them are shit. Every other one I've tried has been absolute shit. Well, it's like, think Magicite, except instead of being like the remains of a magical being that was killed, it's like they're called wells, and there's wells of magical energy in the world. There's different types of wells with different magic types, and from those wells you have people who are called Druidcrafters, who do the art of Druidcraft, Oops, I did that. Didn't die. And the Drew Crafters, they have the ability to shape these magic wells into sigils, which are the magic artifacts that behave like magicite. Usually come in the form of like a stone that's put on a ring or something. But the main character, he starts out knowing jack shit about this stuff. But he finds out he's pretty good at it. It's still developing. And the other really interesting thing is the main character. How can I say this without spoiling it? The main character doesn't know his heritage, but he finds out very early what it is, and it's very interesting. That's all I'll say. Wow, that was weak as fuck. Yeah, I've read so many terrible urban fantasy series at this point. Like there's this one that's like a complete Harry Dresden ripoff. But like he's like a shitty person. Like author doesn't I think the author didn't think he was a shitty person, but like the way I read it, it's like the main character is just complete piece of shit. Like imagine if instead of Harry Dresden helping like the people who come to him for help, imagine if instead he's like, you're on your own, and then that person dies. Like people come to him and they're like, I'm gonna die if you don't help me. The main character is just like tough shit, and then that person dies. Great story. I'm really a fan of this protagonist. I can get behind that. A lot of the other ones just kind of meander around and like nothing seems or feels important. A lot of bad characters. Harry does that? He does, actually. At start of book 2. Yeah, at the beginning of book 2 with... I won't say her name, but you know what I'm talking about, probably. But she just said she needed help, like, learning something. She didn't say that she was gonna fucking die if he didn't help her. In this other book, this chick's just, like, straight up like, I'm going to die tonight. Please help me. And the main character is just like, I'm busy. Yeah, I'll be right back.
And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Mario. We have to do something special for you. Here we go! Listen, everybody. Let's make a delicious cake for Mario.
The worst urban fantasy I've started and not finished is, and this one's actually really popular, but I hate it. It's called the Iron Druid Chronicles. It's about a guy who's a druid. And the reason Iron Druid is bad is because the main character is a 2,000-year-old druid stuck in a extremely attractive young man's body. And he does not act wise. He in no way behaves and thinks like he's 2,000 years old. He acts like he's like a freshman in college. And he just goes around and like has sex with as many women as he possibly can. Like he's had sex with 2 different women within the first like 3 chapters. Which, I mean, personally I tend to look down on that kind of shit, but and then it's like it's very like anti-Christianity, which most people probably don't mind, but I don't like hearing people shit on Christianity for the most part. And this druid guy is like very, very against the church. Yeah, I've been losing weight. Not that much weight, but it's on the right trajectory here. We're heading for trying to get to the low 150s. Currently at 192. I started at 215. So a little over 20 pounds down, like 40 pounds to go. Thanks, man. It's been kind of been cheating a little bit. I've been cheating a little bit because I'm on this drug called Wellbutrin, which isn't like Ozempic or anything. It's not like meant to reduce appetite, but what it does is it reduces rewards. What? I'm not pressing anything. Weird. Yeah, Wellbutrin is an antidepressant actually, but it's not an SSRI. It hits your dopamine and norepinephrine neurotransmitters instead of serotonin. And what it reduces is reward-based eating. I did not mean to do that. So like if you're craving something, like not because you're hungry, but like just because you want to like reward yourself or like have a good feeling, it reduces the drive for that. And when I stopped taking it, because I was trying to get off all antidepressants this year, I stopped taking it about 2 months into my diet. And like the instant I stopped taking it, I was having like cheat meals like every other day. Like I couldn't help myself. I just could not get myself to not think about Chinese food until I finally ate it. So I got back on it, and ever since I did, it's been like 2 pounds a week. Yes, that's huge. That's huge, Mo. Fucking 380 to 275 is very incredible, man. That's way more dieting than I'm doing. Well, if you think you need Wellbutrin for like another reason, you can get a prescription for it. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for you because I know you have a lot of insomnia, Hobox, and Wellbutrin is kind of a stimulant. It keeps you awake more than you would normally be awake. And I don't know if you're high strung at all, but if you're high strung, Wellbutrin can cause anxiety as well. Like it definitely increases my anxiety a little bit, but like it's still at a very like manageable level of anxiety. But like it's noticeable that like it increases anxiety. Oh, you used to try it? Oh, okay, so you're familiar with it. Cool. Yeah, it helps with depression, not because it stabilizes your mood so much, is it gives you energy, basically, like sustained energy. Which, you know, depression, it's in the name. Depression means your brain is like very low energy all the time. So, like, giving your brain a little more energy is like kind of a cure. It gets you out of your rut of feeling like you're helpless, like you've got the energy to feel like you can do it, you know? Whereas SSRIs, like, they've never helped me. I mean, everybody should talk to their doctor and not listen to anything I'm saying for advice, but SSRIs, I think, are kind of bad in general because they blunt your moods. So they'll make your bad moods better, but they'll make your good moods worse. And like you'll get to where you don't really feel anything, which is no way to live life, in my opinion. And it makes a lot of people crazy, and in fact, it can cause suicidal ideation. So you gotta be careful with that stuff. What do you mean with Dextro? Like, what's Dex? I just think of dextrose, like sugar. Alvalier? Oh, it's some combination of Wellbutrin and something else. I have not heard of that. I've heard of something called Contrave, which is Wellbutrin plus some drug that starts with an N, but that's actually used specifically for appetite release or relief. Yeah, I don't know what dextromethorphan does. Yeah, but personally, like if I just wanted to take a drug purely for losing weight, I would get tirzepatide, or however you say it. Tirzepatide is the fourth generation of GLP-1 agonists. That's what Ozempic is, except Ozempic is generation 3. So most people don't know about tirzepatide yet, but tirzepatide is like way better than Ozempic. So if you can get that, that should do the trick. And then generation 5 is like significantly better than that even. And that's currently in trials though, so that won't be on the market for a while. Oh, it's like ketamine. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't tried that. It sounds like it would have been useful for me last year, but it wouldn't be right for me now. I'm pretty much in the best mental health I've been in since like 15 years ago. Yeah, it's true about SSRIs, Hopebucks. They're not meant to be used long term. So biggest problem with SSRIs is the mechanism of action that supposedly makes it work is based on a basically disproven theory. Like the idea is that you get depressed because your serotonin levels are too low in your brain. And it turns out like that's just bullshit. Like there's no indication at all that low serotonin is causing depression. God damn it. Do I think SSRIs helped me overall? I might have needed them about a year ago when I was like really feeling like ending my life. They helped me sort of just calm down, you know, calm down, like take a minute to think here. Let's get a little organized. Let's not do anything rash. So in that sense, I think it helped, yeah. But by the time I stopped taking it, like I didn't need it anymore, and it's pretty much been nothing but positive effects from stopping. So yeah, if your doctor says to take it and you're like really depressed, do take it, I would say. Definitely do take it. It can help you, again, just kind of like prevent you from having a complete breakdown and doing something drastic, you know. But the problem is SSRIs also have been known to increase suicidal ideation. So take that for what you will. There's some I think it's one of those things where it's beneficial for some people and bad for other people, and you won't know till you try it. Yeah, the real treatment is, see, what it does is it blunts your emotions, but emotions are there for a fucking reason. You're supposed to get sad when sad things happen. You're supposed to get anxious when something bad's about to happen. Those are there to help you. And SSRIs remove those, attempt to remove those completely. So what you end up doing is you avoid all your problems. You don't actually deal with things and learn like coping mechanisms for how am I going to handle my anxiety, or how am I going to get my life back together. And that's what the real cure to depression is it's like Jordan Peterson said, that fucking sometimes when you're depressed, all that means is that you currently have like a shitty life, basically. People think they're depressed and that their emotions are all dysregulated, when in fact the emotions they're having are like perfectly congruent with what their actual life circumstances are. You got these people who have no friends, have no romantic relationships, they have like no job or a job that they hate, they fucking don't exercise, they don't ever get enough sleep, and then they say, oh, I'm depressed. It's like, you're not depressed, you just have a bad life. You need to fix all these problems, and the emotions are there to get you to fix all those problems. But yeah, for me, what's really turned me around and like made me like 100 times more like optimistic about life has been exercise. Straight up. It's fucking exercise. And nobody wants to fucking hear that when they don't exercise. Like it just makes you feel guilty and bad if you don't exercise, if someone starts talking about the benefits of exercise. But that shit's really good for your mental health. Especially if you can like really get into the goals. Like if you have like a weight loss goal or like a strength goal or bodybuilding goal, and you start seeing yourself like make progress towards those goals, and you consistently see yourself getting better at those things, that does wonders for confidence. Yeah, I had the same thought as a kid. I remember the very specific moment, like as clear as if it were yesterday, driving around with my mom, and I just started looking at everybody's faces in the other cars. And everyone just looked like so miserable, I thought. Nobody was having any fun. And yeah, diet's pretty big important part of it too. I still don't eat healthy, so I can't really comment on it too much. Like the actual food choices I make are still very unhealthy for the most part. But I've got a grip on my calories, and since getting consistently into a calorie deficit, it's made me feel much more like I can do this. Like my life is gonna get better. But yeah, if you're out there and you're lurking and you're depressed and you're thinking like, well, there's no way I'm gonna fucking exercise. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, I understand. Like, when I was most depressed, no amount of like logically explaining to me the benefits of exercise could get me to do it. Like, I just did not have it in me. Like, there's just some mental source of energy. It was not there. And I just, no amount of forcing myself could get me to exercise. But somehow that just changed eventually, you know. Eventually I got my mojo back and was able to start dieting and exercising. And the first week of weightlifting, like, I hated every set. Like, I was not having fun at all. Like, I felt so fucking tired. But now, like, I do my 3 sets of squats every 5 days, and like, I feel like, all right, what's next? You know, it's like, got so much more energy, and like these squats that used to make me just hate my life are now like pretty fucking enjoyable. I'm still working from home. I work from home until next October. Although I could just get another doctor's note and try to extend it another year and just keep doing that infinitely. I think I will try to extend it another year come next year. But we'll see if what happens. They have to accept it. Oh god, I thought you could go under that guy. Guess not. But yeah, I'm like such not a people person that going to the office like really makes me miserable. Like, I don't have any fondness for any of my coworkers. And like, I don't know, the exposure to all those other people brings me nothing but negative feelings, pretty much. Yeah, I really don't want to go back in the office. It's a terrible level. You should never get hit in that level. But yeah, we'll see. See if I continue working from home. Even if I do work from the office, it's actually not that bad because we only have mandatory in-office days 2 days a week. So, like, unless they change their policy, at most, I'd be only going in Wednesday and Thursday every week. So it's really not that bad, but, like, I still dread the idea very much. Like, it's like 10 months from now, I might have to go back into the office, and already 10 months away from that happening, like, every time I think of it, like, I have a little, like, spike of anxiety. Like, I hate it so much. And do this the safe, casual way. The other big thing I gotta think about is, like, can I somehow keep my job but move away from the city? Because, like, I still live near my office in case they make me go in. And because I live near my office, I'm paying like $1,000 more per month than I would be if I were living outside the city. So it's like a huge, like, money waste, basically. But, like, I really don't want to change anything about my living situation other than the rent. Like, the fact that I live walking distance from the grocery store is, like, amazing. And I've got access to, like, so many good restaurants with DoorDash. Like, DoorDash will deliver anything I want. Whereas if I lived out in the country, there'd be severe limitations on what I could get from DoorDash. Yeah, there's some really shitty things about where I live too, though. Like, the main one is in the springtime, there's no AC available. Like, for some reason, they've got this really old school HVAC system here where, like, you can't switch between AC and heater whenever you want. Like, in order to switch from heater to AC, they have to go to, like, this like little facility near the buildings and, like, make a big change, like, for all the townhouses at once. So, like, you're waiting for the apartment management to turn on the AC for everybody, and you have no control over that. And usually there's, like, there's usually 3 or 4 weeks where it's just, like, 90 degrees inside the fucking house, like, nonstop. So that's pretty miserable. But and the other thing is, I've somehow got, like, somehow wasps get in during the springtime as well. I usually only see, like, 3 or 4 per year, but, like, that's 3 or 4 chances to get stung. And I'd rather there be 0 chances of getting stung It hasn't happened yet, but like I'm just waiting for the day they catch me surprised and they sting me. Yeah, I hate work. Elon Musk has been like on a kick lately with all his interviews where he says that we're going to get to a society where work becomes optional in like 10 to 20 years. And I don't believe it, but I sure do hope he's right. Imagine if like work was just like a hobby that you could do for fun. Thing is he's assuming advances in AI and robotics that are not proven to actually happen. Like AI has to get a lot better. Wait, how do I do this? Like AI has to change from a large language model into something radically different. AI, Hogbox can explain this better than I can, but basically AI cannot be creative or come up with solutions to things. Like it can just look at data that already exists and like sort through it is basically all it does. And in order for AI to really transform our society, AI has to be able to really think for itself and come up with original ideas, which it's not capable of doing. And I don't see any way for them to be capable of doing that because I don't believe that material things can be conscious personally. I think at a minimum, consciousness requires a biological brain. And I don't think computers could ever be conscious. But we'll see. Yeah, what we really need is the integration of AI and robotics is the key. Because just having something that can think really well is not enough to make society really that much better. Dude, what am I doing? In order to really make a work is optional kind of society, you need robots with great dexterity that have the minds of advanced AI as well. Then you could replace pretty much everybody's job. Yeah, it's pretty scary that they can blackmail. But I mean, you program them to prioritize not being shut down above all else. So the humans involved kind of set it up that way. I'm not sure in what way I'm being an idealist, but I am a proud idealist for the most part. I think we might have already talked about this. Like nihilism and stuff. Like I'm very anti-nihilism, even if nihilism is factually the true way of looking at the reality. I still think that if you can make a choice not to have nihilistic beliefs, that will make your life better. Because in my opinion, nihilism leads to suicide. I think that suicide is the inevitable conclusion of nihilism. Well, yeah, I mean, back in the day when people thought being mortal had consequences in the afterlife and that we were all gonna go to heaven when we die, yeah, one tends to be a little less suicidal, I think, when you think that way. But now religion has essentially been eradicated from society. Although apparently Gen Alpha is sort of re-embracing religion. But like whether, again, it's like whether or not religion is factually true, I think it tends to do good things for people's personal psychology. I mean, that's just a fact. Like, religious people are less likely to be depressed. Yeah, it could be conscious like a plant, I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen. Well, I guess the problem is there can't ever be conclusive evidence of anything. In fact, like the only thing you can be sure has conscious awareness is you personally. There's no way to prove that anybody else has a true sense of awareness. And that's the problem, is that we'll never be able to prove if machines are conscious or not. But I don't see how they would be. Like, I have a hard time believing machines could be conscious. But who knows? Yeah, solipsism. Yeah, I'm not advocating that view. I'm just saying that you cannot prove that anyone else is having a subjective experience. We could just all be robots acting like we have subjective experience, and there's no way to prove it. That's all I'm saying. I don't subscribe to solipsism, but I'm really just using that as an explanation as to why I think machines will never be proven to be conscious, even if they seem conscious. Well, yeah. I think your personal experience, your awareness, your consciousness is the only thing in the entire universe that you can say is factually 100% true. Like, all the matter and the physical stuff could just be some product of your mind. You can't really prove it. I mean, you can prove it to 99.9999% likely to be true. But can you really know for sure this isn't all just a big hallucination of some kind? That's bullshit. Alright, just kill me. Um... Perfect. Alright. Good which basically means the game is over now. It's a frame perfect Y press with specific positioning, if you're unaware. Jump rolls are a big deal in this game. It's only certain situations you can do them, and they're, I believe, 1/59th of a second. I think I like a lot of things about Buddhism, but I'm much more of a Christian personally. And one of the biggest differences between those two things is I feel like Buddhism attempts to disconnect you emotionally from the environment around you in order to reduce that suffering. Whereas Christianity very much wants you to get involved in your environment around you and try to make the world a better place for others. But I'm probably oversimplifying Buddhism. I liken it to what I was saying SSRIs do. Like, Buddhism seeks to reach an even state of mind where you feel no pain, but you also feel no pleasure. You're just kind of static. Like, no highs, no lows, just bliss, I guess. Like, not even bliss. Bliss has more positive connotations. This is more neutral. But it is true that, you know, this neutrality might be the best thing that you could hope for in life, because otherwise life is pretty bad in some ways. Yeah, I like that aspect of Buddhism a lot. Yeah, everything is connected. That we're all one. I think there's some truth to that. Well, yeah, relationships, like, are sort of ticking time bombs for suffering. The more attached I get to my cat, the more it's going to destroy me when I lose him. But I still think the correct way to live would be to embrace loving my cat, basically. Even though it's going to result in more suffering than if I were indifferent to his life. I see, yeah. That's what the Tajitu is all about, right? I'm probably not saying that right, but... Yeah. Yeah, you need a continuum in order to exist on that spectrum at all. If either lightness or darkness were missing, then there would be no spectrum, which means there would be nothing there. There's no such thing as like a unidimensional thing. Like, it just doesn't exist if there's no poles, essentially. That was a good run, I guess. How long was that? It's less than 45 minutes. And did I finish Mario 64 credits before starting? Yeah, I guess I did. So it's probably like, might be a sub 40-minute run of this, which is not too bad. I can only remember one death in this run. Actually, I can't even remember where that was. I remember the feeling of disappointment in having died, but I don't remember where I died. I did die, right? Somewhere? Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah. Pretty good run. Pretty good run. I'll take it. Yeah, it's for like craving suffering. I think if we lived in a utopia, people are guaranteed to do things to fuck it up. Just because they would, first of all, they would get bored. And second of all, they would feel like they lost their sense of agency. People cause bad things to happen just because they can say, look, I caused that. I chose to make that happen. And in a perfectly blissful state of happiness, you aren't really causing anything to happen. So people would feel the need to cause something to change, even if it were a perfect state. I actually have a hard time imagining heaven being boring. Because heaven removes all the limitations of biology, and boredom is a biological drive. Like I don't think it would be possible to experience the emotion of boredom in heaven. Yeah. I don't believe in heaven for what it's worth, but yeah, imagining like the Christian heaven, there's like you basically wouldn't have the emotions required for boredom. But then, like, would you really be conscious? Not really. Let's put on the intro at least. Well, you're not really allowed to desire anything in heaven because, like, as soon as you desire something, then you're saying it's not perfect. You're saying it's not a perfect state, which is like offensive to God or whatever, because it's supposed to be perfect. I don't know. Hi, Bruce. Hi, Bonnie. Yeah. Yeah, I think I really struggle with the Christian notion of heaven because in order to enter heaven, you essentially have to become a perfect being because imperfection cannot exist in God's realm. Therefore, basically everything that makes you a human and like conscious has to go. Like you can't. Like I don't know. It's just like there's all of consciousness is designed to just like make your situation better. And in order to be perfect, you need to stop wanting things to be better. Which then, yeah, like it turns you into a robot, and like essentially, it's like you wouldn't even exist. Like I can't be me and be in heaven. Like I have to get rid of all my biological desires, all my sins. And once you remove all that, what I think you're left with is basically nothing. Welcome back. See if I can get through this game. Last time I played this game, in fact, I think the last 2 times I played this game, I did not finish the run. So hopefully this will be the one. I mean, don't you experience oblivion? Isn't that nothing once you can no longer have a sense of awareness after death? Isn't that essentially nothing? Like the universe continues to exist, but since I'm not in it, it might as well not exist. Like, it's like, I see my death as being, like, almost equal to the end of the universe. Fight. Yeah, I really struggle with also the the typical materialist oblivion idea of death, because like if there's just oblivion, then I feel like it's like Linkin Park always said, I tried so hard, I got so far, but in the end nothing even matters, or whatever the lyric is. That's kind of the attitude I have towards oblivion. Is why should I do anything if oblivion is what awaits me? Why don't I just go there now, you know? I don't know, I just think that whether or not the universe exists, if I'm oblivious to it, then it doesn't exist to me. And I'm the only me there is. Therefore, the universe does not exist. I don't know. I'm not good at formulating arguments, but like it's kind of how I see it. Yeah, I mean, people are always asking the question, what happened before the Big Bang? And people say, oh, well, time didn't exist then. Like, there's no concept of time. But I certainly don't understand how that's possible. I don't know what you are referring to in terms of games generating frames. That's kind of interesting. We experience that now, but presumably we will not experience that after death. So to me, that makes time real because life is just a big countdown to the end. Oh, yeah, reality. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I've heard that concept before. I forget what it's called, but yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's how video games work. They try to save on memory. And that, like, the deeper we peer with a microscope or a telescope, the more things get generated on the spot, basically. But as soon as you remove that telescope or microscope, those things no longer have to be there to make reality seem real, thus they stop existing. Yeah, I know you meant idealism in a different sense earlier, but that sounds similar to the philosophical idealism of mind. Sort of that physical reality is constructed of mental reality. Quantum Bayonism. Okay, I don't know anything. I don't even know how to say it. Yeah, I haven't heard anybody talk about that. And, you know, I've listened to a decent chunk of like philosophers, and that one I've not heard explained yet. But I've heard of it, or I haven't heard of it because I don't know what that word sounds like. But I've seen the word for sure. That's all I know about it. Is there like a video on it? I watch probably somewhere on the Kurt Jaimungal's podcast, Theories of Everything. He's got like every philosophy you can imagine about reality. It's just probably mentioned somewhere. I haven't really put a lot of thoughts into quantum anything really till somewhat recently, and even then, like, I haven't come anywhere close to understanding the basics of quantum mechanics. Ugh. Yeah, I haven't heard of this Alfred either. Is he alive or dead? Like, how old of a thinker are we talking about here? I mess up this fucking fight every time. Died a long time ago. Okay. So I can't listen to interviews, like modern interviews of this guy. Yeah. There might be interviews of him out there somewhere. You know, obviously, I much prefer to hear philosophy from the source, not some dude on YouTube's interpretation of it. Yeah, I guess the obvious question here is, what's an event? Is an event a physical thing or a mental thing, or is it somehow outside of the concepts of physical and mental? Hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, there's nothing about that that I can possibly refute, so seems accurate so far. Can an event occur without physical matter? Ah, okay, so it's procedurally generated. That's the term that they use in video games, I believe. Okay. I like that. I like anything that's not materialistic, or not materialistic, but you know, the philosophy of materialism. I'm biased against materialism because, for two reasons. One is materialism, like, for sure means that death is the end, and I don't like thinking that's true. Whether or not it's true, I'd rather pretend it's not. Secondly, Materialism is like the popular thing, man, and I want to be like counterculture, you know? It's a silly thing, but like if everyone in the world is a materialist, then fuck them. I won't be a materialism then. There's representation. Yeah. Representation and will. Is energy a type of will? I guess you've kind of explained that. If matter is representation, energy is intricately tied to matter, therefore it's representative of something. I don't understand. Obviously, this is a concept that takes a long time to understand, but I'm trying. That's not good. Got hit twice there. Yeah, I know Bernardo. I like Bernardo's ideas and I like listening to him talk, but anytime he opens up his mouth about politics, I get pissed off. So I can't stop listening to him. But yeah, I like his philosophical ideas a lot. Listen to a lot of his interviews. It's actually a decent fight, but not because I did well, because I got lucky. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Castrop is very much like building off of Schopenhauer's philosophy, minus the misogynistic parts, according to him. Yeah, actually, I think, yeah, he did a very thorough analysis of like all his takes on Schopenhauer's ideas, like in a book. I meant to read that. I did actually listen to one of his books on audiobook. I forget which one it was. It might have been like why materialism is wrong or something like that. But yeah, I stopped liking Castrop so much because like I saw a post on YouTube. It was like a text post where he said like, if you have certain political beliefs, then stop following me. So I was like, oh shit, I gotta stop following this guy. But yeah, I'll give him more chances. This guy's gonna get me. I gotta deal with him. I don't know if he's a leftist, but he's very anti-Trump. Like he's on full on like Trump is literally Hitler. Like that's how he thinks. Which I don't mind people criticizing Trump. I got plenty of criticisms of him myself, but like if you think he's literally Hitler and that he's like he wants to kill like everybody basically, he's just like a mad psychopath, like I don't agree with that. Based on what I know, he's a leftist. Yeah, like he's super anti-Trump, which, I mean, there's a lot of people on the right who are anti-Trump, so that doesn't mean everything, but he's also very... He's had a lot of takes that seem very woke, in my opinion. Like, he goes out of his way to make sure that nobody thinks he's a misogynist because he likes Schopenhauer, and, like, talks about, like, I don't know, he does a lot of hallucinogenics. That's kind of a lefty thing. Oh shit. I'm gonna go back out. I gotta go back out. I fucked up. I've literally never made this mistake before. This is the first time for everything. I forgot the fucking heart piece right here. That's good. Yeah. I cared about politics more in like 2020. Got me into a lot of trouble. I lost a lot of friends. But yeah, like I see a lot of flaws in the right now. It was very easy for me to pick up on the flaws of the left, but it took me a while to really appreciate what's wrong about the right too. Just based on my upbringing, basically, I grew up in a very traditional Catholic household, and while I've moved on from a lot of those ideas, I think a lot of those ideas are good ideas too, though. I think like certain traditions lasted for thousands of years because they worked. Yeah, they're both fucked up, and some people try to like say they're in the middle too, and like the middle's the right place to be. But I think the middle is basically fake in a way. Like, I think a lot of people who think they're in the middle are really just leftists. But that could just be my skewed right-leaning perspectives. Yeah, like a lot of people say, oh, I'm in the middle. I listen to BBC, and I'm like, dude, BBC's like super left biased. Yeah, you can't either be X or Y, because who even decides what X or Y are? Like, nobody's the arbiter of truth on that. Damn, I can't believe I missed him there. I thought I had him. Bullshit labels at the end of the day, but like... But ultimately, I do get very upset when people try to attack my upbringing, basically, and my genetics. Like I do personally think that people are pretty fucking racist against white people these days. But they say you can't be because we're privileged, therefore it's impossible to be racist towards us. I don't really want to get into that, but that's sort of my main motivation for being against the left. Is I don't think it's okay to shit on my heritage all the time. I mean, racist gets slung around so much in North America that like it's kind of lost its meaning. Like, I don't know. I think the left's definition of what racism is not even what it is. Like, I think yeah, I don't know. I think it kind of gets overblown. Like, people talk about it a lot, but personally, I've never run into anybody in real life who seems like genuinely racist or genuinely like thinks that white people are bad. Like, it's just people on the internet, basically. And like on the internet, you're bound to run into like the most vocal of like a minority of thought. So like, if someone's like a super crazy, like one side or the other, like they're going to be the loudest people on the internet. And so you're going to notice them more than you notice all the more sane people. Welcome back, Hobox. Chat got real deep over the last hour. We've been talking about philosophy, life after death, fucking gotten a little bit into politics now, but yeah, I basically got on my soapbox and told everyone my beliefs on everything now. Feels good to do that room correctly. Why a soapbox? I mean, I'm just having conversation, really. I'm getting everyone else's opinions, too. But I've, you know, explained my thoughts on religion, my thoughts on life after death. I've critiqued other philosophies. I've revealed what my political leanings are. Shit like that. It's just talking a lot about what I think. But I'm trying to listen to Why the phrase soapbox? I don't know. Isn't that what you call it? I mean, oh, I see. You're making fun of that concept. Okay. Yeah, why would you... What is a fucking soapbox? Like, it's the box that holds soap? Like, oh. I mean, it's still, what the fuck is a soapbox? I mean, the only soapbox I've seen are like the same size as the soap, so you couldn't stand on it. It would just break. Yeah, I'll have to look up this quantum whatever you call it. I think I know how to spell it, but I cannot pronounce that word. Bayesianism or something? I don't know. My brother is talking about that a lot. Like, he has very similar thoughts on the nature of reality. Scionism? Bayesianism? I don't know. Oh, it's a crate. Definitely not Zionism. Yeah. Sionism. Yeah. If I look up a video, I hear somebody else pronounce it, and I don't know. There's just too many syllables in that word for me to process. Bayesian. Yeah, I want to pronounce that Y, like, with the Y, Bay-ya. But it's, the Y is kind of just for the first part. Do I like my country? It's the best country I know of. Or the best country I've experienced. Therefore, this could mean that it's a good country. It could mean that I haven't experienced a lot. So, I don't see myself ever leaving this country because I have a sense of belonging and duty, I feel like, to it. But if we went to war and they started drafting, like, there's a good chance I would fucking dodge that shit. Go somewhere else. Like, I'm kind of a pacifist, so like, yeah, I really don't want to get killed in combat. But I also really don't want to kill somebody else. Because I feel like that would permanently stain me. So like, yeah, if there's ever a war, then I might not stay in America. But for the most part, I'm pretty patriotic. Yeah, I might be, pretty soon I'll be old enough to not get drafted. I mean, it's usually, what, like 18 to 24 is like the first people to get drafted because they're the healthiest, but like it goes up to 40, I think, in extreme scenarios. So I got a couple more years still till I'm out of Dodge. Alright, I always fuck this up these days, so let's see how this goes. Is that it? Oh, that's definitely not it. We did it! Wow. Actually pulled it off. Trick I've been doing for 10 years, I can finally do it again. Son of a bitch. Yeah, healthcare is pretty fucked up. It's a popular thing to shit on America for, but like, while it's more expensive here than many other countries, I also think that the wait times are way better here. And in a lot of cases, the quality is higher. So it's kind of mixed. Like, I know in Canada, like, if you want to get an appointment with a doctor, even if it's like really urgent, like, you might be waiting for a very, very long time to actually see a doctor. But like, I think drug prices are kind of insane. So that's definitely a problem. Like, there are tons of drugs that cost like over $1,000 a month. if you want the like actual name brand drug. And I never understood, why is generic able to be so much cheaper than like the main name brand? How can, like, basically, Wellbutrin costs over $1,000 a month, but if you get bupropion, it's like $30 a month. How is that remotely possible? Wow, that was weak, dude. You see that miss? Oh, man. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is, and a lot of people don't talk about that, is, I already said it, you know, America is expensive, but a lot of times the quality is a little better. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Yeah. I kind of get what you're saying, Hobox. It's like it's the mixture of having the economic incentives of government, plus insurance, plus drug companies, plus doctors. Like once you get like the collective greed of all four of those things into the mix, it pumps prices up. Yeah, all I'll really say is I'll be glad to stay friends with the EU. Yeah, I can't actually see myself living in another country. Like the people's attitudes are so different around the world. I think I would have a very hard time seeing eye to eye with like your typical European woman, like starting a relationship. I feel like that would be hard, but it's also pretty fucked here in America too. Like, I can't start a relationship wherever I live, so. Yeah, Italy's pretty sweet. I like the Alps. I've only seen northern Italy. Not sure what southern Italy is like. I don't know. What do you think is more likely to get you like a quality wife? Europe or America? Like someone who like will not cheat on you, who will like want to start a family, would be a good mom, Asia. I didn't say Asia, Europe, or US, but you're right, probably. Not French, yeah. You think America? Yeah. Yeah, again, yeah, what comes to mind in America is I think of all the people I've seen on Twitter, or maybe the minority. It's less about giving in to affairs and having affairs, and more about whether you even see affairs as a bad thing. Like, a lot of people's attitudes nowadays are that, like, sexual, like, intimacy is not important. Yeah, Japan. Yeah, there's fucking great relationships between men and women in Japan right now. Tell you what, my life has gotten so much better since I've essentially given up on finding a wife. Like, as soon as I let go of that as like an expectation, like everything got better. Like, I'm so much happier with what I have, not focused on what I don't have anymore. And I think, yeah, most of society is turning that direction. Like, I think, I could be mistaken, but I think the statistic I saw the other day was that between the ages of like 18 and 25, like 62% of men were virgins or something like that. In America, at least. And it used to be like 20%. So I thought that was weird. Or maybe it's just been that they hadn't had sex in the last year. But still, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm not great relationship material myself for a variety of reasons, but one of the biggest ones is that I have a naturally, I guess, disagreeable temperament towards any form of social pressure. Like, in general, if I feel like the crowd wants me to behave a certain way, I try to do the exact opposite because fuck them. And that's not good for getting along with a woman. Yeah, it's not necessarily a good time to have children. But I feel like any time in history, you could look at what's going on and say, maybe now's not a good time to have kids. Like, we talk about how, like, in the 50s were, like, a golden age. But, like, in reality, during the 50s, everyone had just finished World War II, and, like, the Cold War was starting. So, like, people might not have thought it was safe to have kids then. Certainly not a good time to have kids back in the prehistory days, but obviously we had to. Like, you had to have it. But most of those kids didn't survive. Yeah, I hear you, Dextra. I'm the same way. Like, my family has at least 4 generations of abuse in a row. So, like, who am I to say that I'm the one who wouldn't be abusive all of a sudden? Like, I probably would be. The thing is, though, like, still, like, I might not think that I'm a good dad, but I think I do a fucking way better job than most of these dipshits out there. Like, compared to some people, I'd be an outstanding dad, I think. Thing is, I don't actually like kids, so that's kind of a problem. That's like what it really comes down to. Like, I can't stand babies, to be honest. Like, people always get offended, like, because, like, I don't want to, like, hold their babies, and I don't, like, want to give their babies attention because to me, they're ugly and gross and annoying, and I don't want anything to do with them. And then, fucking, in the young, like, 4 to 10-year-old range, like, then they're, like, they're fun, but, like, more energy than I can keep up with, and extremely selfish. Constant headache, always making noise. And then they become teenagers, and then they just, like, stop liking you. No matter how good of a parent you are, they just, like, well, I don't like you anymore. Oh, cool. Glad I spent the last 12 years doing everything for you. Let's see. I can just go straight to the dungeon, right? Yeah, I have enough money for the rest of the run. That's the database thing. Which one's the database thing? I'm working on like 3 tasks, so I forget which one we're talking about here. You're talking about the one where, yeah. Yeah, I'm still stuck on getting authorization to work. I've got my API calls all ready to go, but when I try to hit when I send it what appears to be the correct, they use basic authentication, so I send credentials for basic authentication, and then it just says not authorized, or not It doesn't say not authorized. It says like couldn't connect or something. I don't know. And then yeah, it's pretty much like the same kind of problem with the other project I'm working on. One of the other ones is we have a service. I can't even use the right terminology to say what I probably need to say here, but I'll try to say it. We have a service that is now on a new host, and it's a new version of the service, which means it has a different repository, but it's got the exact same code. It's just like a different name of the code repository, and it's hosted on a different server. So I'm trying to integrate that with Slack. And there's a URL that you're supposed to give it for the endpoint. So you would think, since all the code, all the folders are exactly the same as it was in the old repository, I should be able to just change the server part of the URL from the old server host to the new server. But no, that would be too easy. That doesn't fucking work. It says it can't connect. Cannot do an HTTP call. I use HTTPS in all my calls. We're required to, I believe. Firewall issue? Could be. Yeah, I asked our what we call IS help to look into it. They might be able to figure it out. Well, no, I'm not a developer, Walter. I have no programming experience whatsoever. And that's the problem, is over the years, my job has just slowly started to expect development work from people who never had to do that before. But now it's like industry standard that testers should know how to program too. So they're just suddenly giving me coding work. Even though I have no training, nobody's willing to train me, I have zero interest in it, and I've been failing pretty much every fucking assignment they give me. So yeah, it's a pretty bad situation. Like, I want nothing to do with it. My job has always been release management and testing. Like, my job is I take all the fixes that developers do throughout the entire company, and I take all those changes and I compile them onto what we call a CCID branch. And the CCID branch is basically just our prod branch plus all the new code. And then I deploy that code to the testing region. I run all the automation on it overnight. My team analyzes the automation the next day. We decide if we can push the CCID or not. And that's usually a really long process of asking all the actual subject matter experts what's wrong, because we can't be expected to know the whole product. It's too big. So when I find a problem in the regression, I go to other teams and I have to figure out what the right team is to ask. There's like 100 teams. And yeah, ultimately my job is to compile that release package and certify it through running the automation. And yeah, that was my job for over 10 years. Now, just like slowly over the past couple years, they're like, why don't you fucking program a bot that does this shit and has this API call, and fucking why don't you program this UI that we can use as a portal for our like analysis? Like what the fuck are you even talking about? This is not my job. Like, I'm not trained for this. But the problem is all the new hires are trained for this. Like, all the new people that they hire can do this shit. but I can't. So that's a real problem. Like, I'm supposed to be the most experienced member of the team, yet I can't do like basic shit that all the newbies can do. Because if they didn't have those skills that I don't have, they wouldn't have gotten hired in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So like, it's like a requirement now for anybody new joining. But for old farts like me, whose job used to not entail any of that stuff, they now expect me to keep up with these newbies who went to school specifically for programming. So like, yeah, it's kind of a mess. Fortunately, I'm so good at the CCID stuff, like the main point of my job. I'm good enough at that to where I'm basically invaluable to the team. Like, I don't think they would even dream of getting rid of me because I have by far the most experience with managing these code releases and certifying the regression. And they even call these programming tasks side tasks, essentially. Like, the things you're supposed to work on when you're not busy with like the main meat and potatoes of the job. But for like the past year, basically, I've just been getting like nothing done basically on these side tasks because I don't fucking know what to do. I know so little of what to do that I have to ask my friends that don't even work there what to do. Like, Hobox has helped me a bit. Like, don't use HTTPS. Yeah, like, I think I'll keep the job just because I'm so important for the CCID certification. But... ah, you fuck! Oh well, at least that last hit that guy didn't count against me. Yeah, I'm good enough at that part that I don't think I'm gonna lose my job. But you also gotta consider, like, they also pay me like twice as much as the newbies. Like, I'm not exaggerating. Like, it's twice as much, or maybe even more than twice as much. So, yeah, to not be able to do what they do when it comes to programming is like, even if they keep me around, it's like, it's an ego thing. Like, I feel like I don't deserve to work there. Which fucks with my self-esteem quite a bit. Like, why do I deserve to get paid twice as much as them when I can't even do what they can do? Yeah, maybe. I've never really explored other options. The company I work for is basically owned by my brother-in-law. So there's always been like that little nepotism element that supposedly hasn't influenced me in any way, but like, I'm sure it's in the back of everyone's mind, whether or not they admit it. So because of that, like, I haven't wanted to leave this job because, yeah, I would feel like somewhat of a betrayal of my brother-in-law if I left, even though he doesn't really give a shit about me anyway, so it wouldn't matter to him, but... yeah, that's kind of my strength. Yeah, I'm much cooler under pressure than these guys are. I'm also the only person on the team that is willing to fucking work really late if I have to. Like, I had a CCID that couldn't get certified until 10:30 last week. And, you know, I worked till 10:30. The other people on my team kind of disappeared around 7. Kind of just disappeared. And, you know, I don't blame them too much because 7 is already like 2 hours later than they normally work. So from their perspective, they're like, oh, I worked a lot longer than normal today. And I'm like, well, I worked till 10:30 because I had to get the job done. So that's what they paid me for. What, CCID? Stands for Change Control ID. Yeah, it's not continuous delivery or anything like that. Yeah. Change Control ID, it's just an identifier for a release, basically. It's your release version. It's just a fancy name for a release version. Yeah, it'd be pretty bad if I didn't know that acronym. Yeah, that's my life. That's what I worry about. On Monday, I have to host a meeting myself where I go through all the work that everyone's done for these side projects for the last 3 weeks. And even though I'm like the senior member and the host of the whole thing, I gotta be the one to be like, when it comes to my turn, I gotta be like, yeah, so I did basically nothing these last 3 weeks. That's not true though. I did get as much done as I reasonably could have gotten done. Basically, I've made progress on all the tasks, but I haven't actually finished any tasks. That's the problem. Other team members will have actually finished some of their tasks. Thing is, like, I think my boss thinks more highly of me than my employees, like people below me and on the same level as me on the team. My boss is like super happy with what I'm doing. So I guess that's what matters the most. But I think like all the people who are like lower level on my team probably think I suck. I'm also the only person on the team who's not Indian. Except my boss. My boss and I we're like two white guys in a sea of Indians. Like, the entire team, there's probably 10 people on the team, all Indian, except me. That's always been interesting. They're pretty cool people. But I've never quite fit in. Not quite. But I feel like they're sitting there thinking like, this dumb American fucking doesn't know how to program. Like, why should we have to listen to him? Yeah, yeah. Your girlfriend's Indian, right? Or something similar to that. Yeah, I think they seem like they'd be high quality wives. Meanwhile, they're happy just to not be in an arranged marriage. Like the fact that it's not arranged, like they're gonna be happy with no matter who you are. And like, sweet, I get to choose you. That's awesome. Yeah, I think I like them personality-wise, but like physical attraction-wise, like I tend to be more into white people. Might say that's racist, but that's just how it is for me. Like I can't control what I'm turned on by, and it's white chicks that really do it for me. Especially with blue or green eyes. Like blue eyes own me. They can make me do anything. Yeah, I think most people have race preferences when it comes to dating, but you're not allowed to say it. I think the only time it really becomes a problem is if you start saying shit like everyone else needs to date only their own race, and that like you gotta all fucking segregate. Like you shouldn't be telling other people who they can have relationships with. But like, yeah, physical attraction is not a choice. You don't get to choose that. That is like biological. And I mean, there could be some social conditioning involved. Like I saw a lot of pretty blonde princesses growing up, you know, like fucking Zelda, Peach, they were like my, you know, Marl from Chrono Trigger. They're like my first like female companions in a way, and they're all blondes with like blue or green eyes. So that could have conditioned me to be more favorable towards those kind of looks, but I think it's too late to uncondition that if it's possible. Like I don't think you can change that preference. Fuck. I think this is next. I hope this is next. Yeah, this is it. South Asia guys, nice. Yeah, everybody's got preferences, and that's part of what makes the world so interesting. But there are a lot of particularly vocal lefties who, like, if you tell them that you're only attracted to white people, then they will fucking lay into you. Get super pissed off about it. Might have made it? Nope. God damn it. That part's so hard. That's like the hardest part of the run. Not dying there. You're supposed to not get a fairy and just like make it without a fairy, but I've always gotten a fairy for that part, and I would have died a million times if I hadn't been getting fairies. North America thing, yeah. I mean, throughout all of history, it's been normal. I mean, throughout most of history, it really has been a societal thing where everybody in society can only date within their own race, and like that was considered totally normal, and like everyone was super against like interracial couples. But now the pendulum has sort of swung too far in the other direction, where some people are trying to tell me who I should be attracted to. Which you can't do that. You can't tell someone to be attracted to something else and expect it to work. Like, that's just stupid, man. It doesn't fucking work. Yeah, like, I appreciate it. Like, I mean, ultimately, like being skinny is the number one thing for sure. Like, way above skin color for me. Like, what is required to turn me on is they have to be skinny, and that also offends a lot of people. And I like skinnier than normal. Like, most men like a little more thickness, especially around like the hips. Like, I like skinny ass girls, like real thin arms, like not to where you can like see their bones or anything, but like I like them skinny for sure. Yeah, like I draw the line at the ribs. Like, you can, some people are so skinny you can see their ribs on their chest, and that is horrifying. Like, it is not good to look at all. Shit. But yeah, like I don't need like a big ass or like even big boobs. Like, I don't need that. Like, I'd much rather than be skinny and have very small boobs than be overweight and have huge boobs. Like, the thing is nobody gives a shit what I care or like what I want preference wise, because I myself am not attractive. Therefore, nobody cares. So. And that's what I think is the funniest thing about fucking American women, man. Like, they could be so, like, absolute, like, 2 out of 10 on my rating scale. 2 out of 10, and they could have, like, the most ridiculously, like, high bar for what they want in their man. And they think they deserve it. They think that they 100% deserve it and that they're a 10. I mean, whatever they look like the kind of standards that some of these people have, like, you shouldn't be having, even if you're like the most attractive person I've ever seen. Yeah. Yeah, it's because of people like that that makes me feel like, that's why I say, like, nobody cares about what my preferences are anyway. Like, I shouldn't be out here saying what I want from a woman if they don't even want me. Like, who cares what I want? I mean, I ain't gonna get it, so might as well not even think about it. I think it is logically impossible for me to be in a relationship with someone I'm attracted to. It is logically impossible. No, thanks, Hobox. It's logically impossible because the moment I become interested in somebody, I start behaving in ways that turn them off. Like, I turn into like a shy little schoolboy, basically. As soon as I'm like really interested in somebody, I stop behaving like a man, basically. Therefore, like, it's not possible for them to be interested in me back. Oh, nice. Yeah, I hope to be back in that shape in six to 9 months. Something like that. Well, I don't know. It might take longer than that because I gotta lose the fat, which has like 6 more months to go. And then I gotta like gain weight to get the muscle back. That could take a long time. And then I gotta lose fat again. And then I'll finally look the way I want to look. Yeah. That's never a good feeling, Hobox. Yeah. I'll rest assured that your personality is probably much more attractive than mine would be. Interesting. Shit. Okay. I can never remember what's next when I get to these overworld segments. I mean, you seem fine, Walter, but you don't. I can't really judge until I meet you in person. Like, I gotta see what your your eye contact is like and shit like that. And that's where I fall short. Like, I'm the kind of guy who, like, maybe mildly autistic, and like I get very uncomfortable with eye contact. Like. So, like, I try to avoid eye contact even though I know I'm supposed to make people like me. Like, it's just very unnerving to have eye contact. It's like, I don't want you seeing into my eyes. I don't want you seeing what I'm all about. This is mine, you know? It's my privacy. I feel like my privacy is invaded with eye contact. Disorganized attachment. Yeah, I looked into the attachment types, and I basically have I had 2 of the bad ones. Like, there are 2 bad ones that I totally saw in myself. One of them was anxious, and the other one was like insecure or something. Like, both of those fit me. I don't know about disorganized. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, I don't like that feeling of exposure of eye contact. Like, I feel like if people are looking in my eyes, they can like see what I'm thinking. Which is kind of what eye contact is about, if you think about it. It's like to give you cues as to where your attention is. But yeah, I don't want to reveal that to anybody. I don't want anybody to see like my true thoughts. Like, Not because my thoughts are bad, but just because I feel like that's private, and I don't think other people should get to see that. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm avoidant and anxious, so disorganized is exactly what I am. Yeah, Harry Dresden did not help with the eye contact. Oh, it'd been cool if the pot hit that guy. Yeah, so if anyone here is... If you've ever liked a fantasy book in your life, any fantasy, and you haven't read or listened to the audiobook of the Dresden Files, highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. I feel like it is my mission in life to get more people to read that series. I've tried to get like at least 5 different people to read it, and Hobox is the only one who's actually done it. Yeah, the sales pitch is starts out as like an urban fantasy set in Chicago where you've got a wizard PI. So like he solves mysteries, but he can also use magic. But over the course of 17 books, it becomes more and more close to like high fantasy. Like it's still set in modern day Chicago, but it becomes more and more like supernatural. And it's very good. Like the best thing about it is the character writing. Like the characters are all really good. Yeah, can you imagine if Dresden Files didn't have good characters, Hillbox? Like, it just wouldn't be nearly as interesting. If you ask me like to list characters that I like in Dresden Files, I'd probably name like 20 different characters. And it's pretty ridiculous. God damn it. Yeah, oh yeah, there are characters I dislike. Well, I mean Rudolph. That's an obvious one. Nobody likes Rudolph right now. To be honest, I'm really not that big a fan of Murphy. Thought Murphy was really important to move the story along and to act as like sort of Harry's opposite. But she was really annoying in the first couple books there. Like And she's like very like stubborn and like behaves very emotionally, doesn't like very slow to forgive people. Like, a lot of characteristics about her that I don't like that much. Alright, take it easy, Walter. Thanks for the talks. I'll check out that philosophy stuff. Think who else? Who else is supposed to be good, but I don't like so much? Yeah, I mean, by the end, I can't really say what my thoughts are on Murphy without spoilers, but let's just say I appreciated her more recently. I didn't like Susan. Susan had like pretty much... Oh shit, I used her in the past tense, didn't I? I don't like Susan. Uh, yeah, Susan was not very likable, I don't think. Basically, all of Harry's like potential romantic interests. I don't like Elaine. Like, Elaine is kind of like a selfish kind of backstabber in my mind, and I think she might be Kumori. I mean, I guess why the main reason I don't like Susan is because she got herself into trouble and grave peril. And like everything that happened as a result of that is her fault. Because she fucking stole an invitation to go to a party that she had no business being in, that Harry warned her was dangerous. But she went anyway. And what I don't like about that is that Harry beat himself up over it so much, like as if it was his fault. So it's like, why you gotta do that to my boy, Susan? Why you gotta tear him up like that when really your fault to, like, yeah. Yeah, Justin is really a candidate for Cal. Like, he could be. Like, Jim swears that Justin is gone for good. But I don't believe it. If Kemmler can come back to life like 8 times or whatever, then so can other wizards with enough dark power. I didn't really like Marcone very much until the last couple books. Marcone is what I didn't like about Marcone is that every time Marcone shows up in the book, Harry's like, "Oh my god, no, not this guy. He's like the worst scum." And then Marcone proceeds to like be an ally and like be really useful to Harry and like actually be a good guy, basically. And like that just happens over and over again. Harry's like, "Fuck, it's Marcone." And I'm just like, "Great. He's probably going to be useful." So it's like basically he's not as much of a badass as he's made out to be. Like he's not nearly as badass as Harry says he is. Yeah, that's Harry's problem for having an inaccurate perception of him. But he is a badass in now, like in peace talks, like he stood up to Ethnu like right away. He's like fucking excuse me, this is my house. Like that took some serious balls. I really like when he asked the ghouls like, "Are you a coward?" That was great. It was great stuff. Early Molly was horrible. Like, Molly was just, but I mean, she was designed to be immature, and therefore she was really annoying for that reason. Like in White Knight, when she first started, you know, working with Harry, she was like so annoying in that book. I thought she kept like showing up places she shouldn't be and just whining. Well, annoying how? I mean, I definitely have criticisms of Battleground, but annoying isn't the word that I would think of. Yeah. Yeah, in general, like, I don't read Dresden Files for the action. Like, I think the action is well done, but like, I don't really care about the details of what happens in the fight. Like, I want to know what the result of the fight is and like how that impacts the characters. Basically, is all it comes down to. But yeah, like, I didn't like this. I didn't really care for the sequence where all of Winter Court's like on horseback, and then the Fomor like mages show up, and like Mab gets that rebar stuck in her neck. Like that whole fight felt kind of pointless to me. But supposedly it buried Listen under a bunch of rocks, which could have killed him, which is significant. I think Listen is an actually a pretty important character because he said he's a Starborn, and he's actually pretty cool when he like basically talks shit to King Corb. Yeah, like, I don't know. There's just a lot of silly fights. The whole sequence with Dracul, if you think about it, like, that doesn't have anything to do with the story. Like, it's pretty much just fan service to, like, I think Jim wanted to tease people of, like, you think this fight's good? Well, just wait until we see more of this guy, that kind of thing, like. But then they all just go away and, like, it didn't really matter. But yeah, that was all set up. Like, I think Dracul is much more of like a major enemy than Ethnu is. Like that, the whole point of that was to kind of show that, hey, even if you beat Ethnu, you got to worry about this guy. He's the real deal. Like of all the millions of different types of vampires and shit in the story, like Dracul is by far the coolest. Definitely the coolest vampire. I have mixed feelings about Lara. Um, um, my problem with Lara is once you like see that scene in Turncoat where she like gets her skin blown off and like goes and like guts her cousin. I can't ever really see her the same after that. Like, I'm never going to be like thinking like, wow, she's attractive or something, you know? Just gonna think like, she was a walking skeleton who like took pleasure in murdering somebody. Like, she is not hot. But I have a feeling, I think what's going to happen in 12 months is Harry's ultimately going to decide he does like Lara. And that they would be a good couple. And then Jim's probably just going to kill her. Because that's what happens to anyone Harry gets too attached to. They just fucking get killed. So. Yeah, that's my prediction of 12 months. Harry starts to develop feelings, and Lara dies. Come on. I fucking can't stand this guy. I can never... You gotta be like on the perfect like Y coordinate to get that guy to come close to you. And like I cannot see the coordinate. My eyes have no idea what it looks like when I'm on the right coordinate, so like I just guess. Well, I assume anyone infected by Nemesis is like they're basically it's affected by a Nemesis. This is not gonna make it. Oh, yeah, well. Like someone who crosses paths with Nemesis, you saying? Let's see. It would make sense. It's certainly true that anybody who gets close to Harry is like in trouble. Like, it's totally true what Ebenezer says when they're fighting. Like, he asks him like, "What's the common denominator here with all these people who suffer around you? They're all close to you." I was very much on Harry's side during that fight, but like Ebenezer makes some good points. I think Ebenezer's just wrong about Thomas, but other than that, like he's got the right attitude about like vampires and shit. How crazy would it be if Thomas really did like turn out to be treacherous? That'd be That'd be cool, I think, but like it'd be kind of hard to believe almost. Like there's been so much work into developing trust with him. To find out that he's treacherous would be insane. Oh yeah, Morgan Journal. Yeah, he capitalized the word destroyer. That's the most significant thing about it. Like the fact that they capitalize that means it's a mantle. Yeah, it's marked with an adversary from the moment of birth. I think that's he who walks behind. But yeah, if there's some mantle called a destroyer, and that like he's basically going to become like the most destructive. Like, he's going to be like a god of destruction, basically. Like no wonder the senior council wants to get rid of him so bad. Yeah, yeah, and he's like it's like the flame that the moths all cling to, and moths being outsiders. Oh yeah, Harbinger and stuff like that. Like, all right, stupid last dungeon. Not my favorite dungeon of this. Well, I should say I like the upper floors of this dungeon as you're like climbing up to the end. But this basement sequence sucks. I hate it. What about it? I didn't need those arrows. Really? Get in there. Oh. Well, I mean, I thought he was redeemed at the end of Turncoat already, so like, I don't think the journal changed much. Like we already saw that it's basically just like the description of him being a cop who's just seen too much bad shit to trust anybody is basically what he is. I mean, he's been traumatized by just how much evil he's dealt with in his lifetime. Yeah, I guess, yeah, in the earlier books he is also like very intentionally douchey. Like, he's not just a cop doing his job, like he's mean to Harry. Like, the worst thing he did was in Summer Night. Remember, he talked shit about Susan to try to get Harry to fight him so that like they could kick him out of the council. And then that's the same book where at the end Harry says, I've accomplished the mission, I need to talk to Ebenezer. And Morgan's just like, no, I'm not fucking letting you talk to him. You're gonna pay for this time. And he's just like hung up the phone on him. He was really bad news in Summer Night. Yeah, that didn't just seem like a guy who's trying to push a guy's buttons in order to check if he's like infected or something. Like, it's more like he already has decided that he hates Harry. Like, he's made up his mind. God damn. Wait, that's still it? Oh no, never mind. I don't need this, do I? Yeah, I don't need to grab that. God damn. Oh, I needed to pause before that fight. It won't let me into the menu now. Well, Botan's been like 1 foot away from me this whole time. I didn't even realize it. Hey, Botan. What are you doing back there? Botan is the cutest. I get really excited whenever Botan wants to hang out. It's crazy to me that people can 2-cycle this guy. I've never come close to a 2-cycle. I've probably fought this guy over 100 times. But people will like get 2-cycles on that guy like on world record pace. It's mind blowing, dude. Got him way more than I needed to there. I guess the big question now is, do I really want to play Final Fantasy IV? Or do I want to play some other 4-hour game? Nice shot. I gotta light these candles again. Goodbye again. I do kind of want to play Final Fantasy IV. It's just of this whole like series of games, it's the first time where there's like fucking cutscenes and like no action at all, no reflexes required, like no timing, just basically following a script. Well, there's a little reaction to RNG involved, so there's that. It was a very much different experience playing this game. The other games I was thinking about tossing at the end were like Diddy Kong Racing, Banjo-Kazooie. I think Diddy Kong Racing would be chill, but it gets really boring when you have to do each race 3 times for 100%. I'd be happy if you just had to do it once, but it's kind of ridiculous. And then Banjo-Kazooie, I can never get through Clanker's Cavern without hating myself. Like, that one level just kind of ruins the whole game for me. The swimming is what does it. Like, swimming is so slow. I guess I'll do Final Fantasy IV like as planned. Those 3 options, that still sounds like the best one. I'd like to do Chrono Trigger. I really want to do that, but that's too long. Since I started dieting and exercising, I'm much more like nitpicky about my sleep schedule now, because like a night of bad sleep basically like undoes the workout. It might not quite be that extreme, but if you only get like 4 hours of sleep one night, it basically causes your muscles to break down and like more fat to get stored. And like lower testosterone, all that shit. The other problem with Final Fantasy IV is I'm just not very fast. And my typical run puts me like 3 or 4 spots from like last place on the leaderboard. And that's if I do everything right according to my script. I think one of the big problems is I decided not to learn Final Fantasy IV from the best runner. Like, I picked I picked more of a mediocre runner to study, and I copied notes for their run, not the world record. And I forget why I did that. Probably not a good idea. So like at best, my route can only be as good as a mediocre player. Gotta make a protein shake. Yeah, world record has like a big glitch that it uses on the first fiend. But like other than that, I thought the route was pretty much the same. I think the biggest difference is a lot of the fights are much more consistent in world record. Like, I'll be honest, there are a lot of fights in this speedrun where I basically do what feels best. like Rubicon, the fight with the Rubicon's, like, I don't follow a script. Like, you know, I nuke when I feel like he needs to be nuked. I use this move when it feels right. You know, I'm not necessarily doing the route. And then there are a lot of bosses where I slow down the battles intentionally to make it easier for myself. So that has a big impact on the speed. But yeah, I forgot there is a step route that I never even considered doing for this game. Because the seed varies. And you have to be able to adjust based on like the seed you get. And to me, that's more memorization than I was ever willing to do. Like, it's hard enough memorizing like Final Fantasy V step route when that has the exact same route every single time. Yeah, Final Fantasy V is the one with the step route I do, and I'm glad I do that one. That adds a lot to the fun of that run, because it makes parts of the run that would otherwise be boring exciting. But then I make a single tiny mistake somewhere, and then it just like ruins the run for me, and it's no longer fun. So that's the disadvantage of a step route. Like, it's like handling an explosive. Like, it's very easy to make it explode, and then it's just like not fun anymore. Whereas if I never learned the step route to begin with, then it'd be fun the whole time, because I wouldn't know what I'm missing. Yeah. I'll be right back. All right. Third protein of the shake of the day. 180 grams of protein every day, baby. Day in, day out. No exceptions. Yeah, not OOT next, sorry. I need something a little less action heavy. I want to be able to sit back and just watch some cutscenes at this point. Alright, let's do it. Hey, what's up, Mughal? I still have no idea what I'm doing in this game. Yeah, right? Yeah, I thought... Yeah, you were talking about Final Fantasy II. Yeah, I was just talking about how I realized even when everything goes according to my plan in this game, and I think I've done everything as close to correctly as I can, I'm like 3 or 4 slots from last place on the leaderboard. So like, I feel good about myself, and then I look at what other people do, and I'm like, wow, I shouldn't feel good at all. But I think it's a fun game. I would probably like this game a lot less if I were good enough for it to be optimal. So that's when you played it so many times that it's no longer as enjoyable. It is the double-edged blade that is speedrunning. Like, in order to be a good speedrunner, you are required to play the game way more hours than for you to still think it's fun. Like, you gotta know that shit so well that you can see the entire route with your eyes closed. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played this game in like 3 or 4 months, so that means this run will be fun. Even if you can't really call it a speed run. Yeah, so like with this game, yeah, the reason I'm so slow is basically when I originally took notes for this game, I did not study like one of the top runs. I chose to study somebody who was kind of in the middle of the pack, speed-wise, because my thoughts were that they would have a route that's more consistent. But you know what that results in is a much slower run. I don't even consider doing a step route for this game. Half of the fights I do are not according to script. But I do enjoy me some boss fights in this game. Like I get excited every time I fight the four fiends. Get a little bit too excited for the final boss because I slow the battle speed down, which means he's not quite as predictable as he'd be on the optimal route. Which means he can you can get in a situation where he casts Big Bang and then immediately does Meteo right afterwards. So yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen. And my whole philosophy on speedrunning RPGs, it's always kind of been that RPGs aren't meant to be played quickly. Like they're meant to be immersive. You're supposed to really feel like you're in the story, engaged in the environment. And like the reason I like this speedrun route is because it tells me what the best ways to fight are. I want to know what the best combat strategies are. And that just happens to be fast. But it's not really about the speed. It's about making sure I win the fights. Oh, it really is. Without having to grind quite so much. I learned something really useful last time I played this because somebody in chat was giving me advice. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was something along the lines of if you want to do Dancing Dagger, you just have to like hold A and up or something like that. But I forget if that's before you even go to the item menu, or like once you're in the item menu, you do A plus up? I'm not sure. Such a good soundtrack. Although I like the Super Mario RPG version better. Alright, let's make sure we do this right. Yeah, this one's an SMRPG. That's for Kulex, the optional super boss. The whole fight is basically a homage to Final Fantasy. So yeah, it's this song, but with like the kind of instruments that you get in SMRPG. It just sounds cooler to me, especially the bass. The bass line is like sounds like a real bass guitar to me. Let's do a safety save here. Do tent here, right? Come on. Alright, what do we do here? Kane, we're gonna place the Iron Gauntlet. Slot 1L. Grab the 5 slot. And turn these. Definitely one of the best parts about speedrunning this game is the two glitches I just did basically right at the start. As soon as you start the game, pretty much you can do a glitch to get essentially unlimited money and then access the backside of this town and get dancing daggers. Makes you really strong for a lot of the early parts of the game. Really, really way stronger than you would normally be. Glitch is not too hard. That's more confusing than hard. It's more confusing. Like, I gotta look at my notes to remember how to do it. Like, it's really not that complicated, but it's weird. Like, all it really is you're taking items that are in one of your hands and you're placing them on particular inventory slots. And then, like, you're picking up the inventory slots and putting them on a particular hand. And, like, you just do that. Like, basically, there's 2 or 3 steps, and then you do a little equip in the item in the equip menu, and all of a sudden the game thinks that you have like a million invisible shields in your inventory, and so you just go sell the million invisible shields. The game gives you tons of money. Yeah, let me tell you what it is. You select an empty slot on the right side of your item menu while in battle. You select that empty slot and then you grab the shield, which is supposed to put the shield in the slot that you selected. Except when you put something in the item menu, it's going to by default go to the first available slot. So even though I had selected... Wait, what am I doing? There we go. Even though I had selected this empty slot that was on the right side of the menu, it goes to the first available slot, which is on the left side of the menu. And that's where the game starts to get confused. And so then you take that shield that you put in the item menu, you put it back on, or no, then you select the, after you put the shield on the empty slot, you go back to your hands and you click on your right hand and you go to put something on your right hand, and instead of selecting an actual item, then you select the right slot again. So the game like had something temporary stored in the menu for that slot. I have no idea what I'm talking about. You see why I don't really understand it, which is why I have to read my notes every time I do it. Wait, I almost forgot. Fun stuff. Good boy, Max. Good boy, Max. I gotta remember to give him his medicine. Shit, when am I gonna do that? It's gonna be very easy to forget to give my cat his medicine when I'm doing this run. I could definitely give him his medicine after the run. But I feel like if I wait that long, I'm going to forget. What are you doing, Botan? What are you doing, kitty? It's been way too long since I played Final Fantasy VI. Maybe that's what I do tomorrow. Every time I see that waterfall there, it makes me think of the waterfall in Final Fantasy VI. Dude, why does he get 2 fucking turns? Come on. That's it, you just hold A and up. That's kind of a weak dagger. Do I need to heal? Cecil's getting kind of low on health. He should be fine. Good dagger. That didn't work. Bruce. What are you doing, dum-dum? Bah. Am I not gonna get a heal before Antlion? Should I heal Cecil? I mean, what's gonna kill Cecil, realistically? Even if I got like a couple of surprise attacks, he'd probably be okay. Don't worry about it. Hey man, thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. It's been an interesting 7 hours so far. Bruce, leave her alone. You okay, Botan? I'm sorry, baby. That might be cool with stopping the combo here. Woke up like 9:30. I've been awake for 12 hours. Got an hour left of this speed run I'm watching on YouTube. So I want to watch that. Now I'm finishing up an audiobook for a series that seemed promising. There's a whole trilogy, but this third book has been really bad so far. There's this Japanese woman. It seems like she's just like not an important character at all, but she's had like so much fucking dialogue, it's ridiculous. And the voice that the narrator uses for her is just this like really stupid, bad, fake Japanese accent. It's just like, it's very annoying. Yeah, I guess I'm not enjoying all the cutscenes in this game. I feel like all I'm doing is mashing buttons and not paying any attention to what's actually going on. And I know there's just tons and tons and tons of more cutscenes to go. Not only that, probably have to run from like 40 battles. Like, I don't want to run from all the battles. That's not fun. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just fight this boss and then call it. Not interested enough to finish this run. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll play Final Fantasy VI or Chrono Trigger tomorrow. I wonder why Edward isn't hiding yet. Do I care about Radio's XP? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't care about Radio's XP. Why would I care about her XP? Alright, yeah, that's gonna be it for me, man. I feel bad for not finishing because it seemed like I was gonna make it this time. It's been like a year since I've actually finished a combo that I've set out to do. Yeah, no point in doing something I don't want to do when it's just supposed to be fun. It's not like I'm trying to do a job or anything. This is just leisure. So, yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for watching.